Good morning. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance, please stand. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Dr. John William Turner of St. James Presbyterian Church in King William. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing. We will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our very own Senate page, Elizabeth Bartos of Springfield.
Let us pray. O God of all that is, speak to us of eternal things. Remind us of your great love for the world and all that are in it. Make use of each person here in caring for the Commonwealth of Virginia, its hills, valleys, lowlands, shorelines, wildlife, and its people. You have given us the gift of life, so may we live our lives fully, devoted in service to you and to one another, remembering always what it is that you require of us: to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you. Bless us all, and bless us kindly. Amen.
Amen.
Excuse me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Monday, March 7th, 2022.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes.
And Rule 36-1.
Ayes 34, noes 4, Rule 36-1. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will now report any communications from the House of Delegates. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, no 6. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President.
Now comes the time in the morning hour when we get to hear about our distinguished guests, all of you, in the gallery. We're so glad that you're here to observe your Senate. And so what will happen is the senator will call on you. Please stand at that time, and we will hold all of our applause for you until after I speak. And so with that, I do now call on Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
Rise for purposes of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we are truly blessed every morning to have some extraordinary members of the clergy who start off our session on a very positive and reflective note. And many of them are memorable because of their articulation, but certainly my friend, the Reverend Dr. John William Turner, is always remembered by most of us because of the thunderous tenor of his voice with the accent that he has. And Madam President, if you would please extend a very warm and memorable welcome to the Reverend John William Turner of the St. James Presbyterian Church in downtown King William, Virginia.
Good morning, Reverend. Thank you for that prayer. Thank you for coming. And thank you, as I always say, to all of you who sacrifice, who wear the cloth, for the spiritual needs and also the material needs of your community, which in turn helps the rest of Virginia. So thank you, sir. And gentlemen and ladies of the Senate, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I'm getting heckled on beagles here from the corner. Madam President, I want to compliment you on your white, by the way, Madam President.
And you as well.
Thank you, Madam
And
President.
all of us as well.
Madam President, I rise for purposes of 2 introductions.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, it is my honor to recognize in the gallery the first of 2 people I would like to introduce. The first is Katie Adele Slater, who is here visiting the Capitol with me today. She works in my law office, and I am confident that the people who work there wonder what it is that I actually do when I am not there. And so I invited her to come today and actually see what it is. And so hopefully it will not reflect so badly that she goes back and disparages me terribly to my colleagues. But Katie Adele is an incredible young person who has taken some time after college, before law school, to come and work in our firm. And she has done an incredible job. She's super smart. She was born and raised in Middleburg. She has so many interests. She's an incredible athlete. She went to Earlham College in Indiana, where she was a field hockey goalie. She was a goalie in high school as well as in college. She plans to go to law school in the fall, so we have her for only a short time. She's also an educator. She's a Montessori educator and actually has spent time in South Africa educating other educators in the Montessori method, and she's about to go back next week to South Africa to do a little more of that before she comes back to work. So I just wanted to recognize Katie Adele and thank her for all the work she does for me when I'm away, and ask for you all to please extend to her the very warm welcome of the Senate.
Please rise. Thank you for coming, and you see what will happen when you get to law school. This will be the fruits of the labors of the lawyers here and the others, not the pretenders, but thank you for all that you're doing so that we can have her maximum, what do we want to say, her maximum attention. And this is your Senate in action. Thank you again. Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate.
Madam President, I have a second introduction.
The senator may continue.
And it's really special to me that I would actually get her out of the office and have her come and be in the gallery for a minute. The second person that I want to introduce is somebody who is really, really important to me, and I love her more than many people in my own family. It's Angela Bell, and she has been with me for 17 years. In many ways, we have grown up together. We've had children together. We have learned this Senate process together. She has been in my law practice as we've grown that law firm. She has helped me with every part of the job that I do here in the Senate. She has been the legislative aide. While she's really not meant to be the legislative aide, she has carried that burden. She has many times been the 41st senator and managed everything for me here and stood in for me. And she's also one of those rare people that you have in life who is a true friend, who will tell you when you look terrible and when you sound terrible, and will tell you when you need to go home and change. And yeah, or Bill Stanley will do that. But generally, Angie is just an incredible human being and is adored by my children, in particular my one son, Jack, who would probably rather have Angie as his mom than me. And so it is really special that I could drag her over here to be in the gallery this morning, and I would love to recognize Angie Bell, who, by the way, is also having an amazing hair day. It looks beautiful. I know she'll be mad at me for saying that. But Angie is really special and beautiful on the inside and the outside, and has given me the most important years of our lives together. And I just want to recognize Angela Bell for being here and for being such a special person and for her contributions to all of us. So thank you, Madam President. And I would like to ask for you to please extend to Angie the very warm welcome of the Senate.
Well, welcome, Angie. You sound like a very true friend. And so I don't think I can add anything to all of the accolades you've just been given, except thank you for your friendship. And so, senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate. And now we know she will not write that tell-all book.
Right. She better not.
The chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. And I rise for the purpose of a couple of introductions of groups.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we're joined in the gallery today by members of the Tree of Life Christian Homeschool Co-op, whose members are from across Northern Virginia. Their co-op exists to provide support to local homeschool families by providing educational resources. As they start their 8th year in operation, they currently have 20 families registered for a total of 62 children, ages 0 through 18, some of whom are my neighbors. So some of the classes for this year of these students are sewing, acting, Virginia history, biology, advanced programming, strategy and logic, and playing skillfully, and Lego language arts. They are visiting the Capitol today to learn more about their state government and how it operates. Please join me in giving the members of the Tree of Life Christian Homeschool Co-op a warm Senate welcome.
Good morning to you. Good morning, young leaders. Thank you for coming to see your government in action. This is how we make laws, as I'm sure you're being taught. I wanted to look up the Tree of Life. I know that it says it's a symbol of personal growth, strength, and beauty. And just as the branches of a tree strengthen and grow upwards to the sky, we too grow stronger, striving for greater knowledge. And this is a body of knowledge, as is the body across the hall. And we hope that we impart good things for you so that your future will be assured. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen and parents. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Barker.
Yes, the other group that I'm pleased to be able to introduce today are a number of realtors from Prince William County. If you're going to buy a house in Prince William County, today might not be the day to be there, so they all came down here, it seemed like. There's a large number of them came down, and they are very excited about the opportunity that they will get after this year's passage we had this year of provision of a way for realtors to band together and get health insurance. And along with the senator from Augusta and the senator from Roanoke County, who are also realtors here, we know a lot about the people who need to have this health insurance coverage and to be able to serve their community fully that way. And I look forward to giving them a warm welcome to the Senate.
Please stand, realtors. There you are. We thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for coming again this morning. As I've already said when we welcome other realtors, full disclosure, I used to work for a realtor board, and we thank you for the professionalism that you bring to the real estate market, because you began as a group for the lack of professionalism, and so you now have standards of ethics that you have to adhere to ensure that the people are treated as well as they should be, and we thank you for upholding those ethical standards. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Madam President, this beagle rises for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the Senate, in the gallery today, I have some very special friends who are made it from Rocky Mount, Virginia. Madam President, in the audience, we have the Commonwealth's Attorney for the great county of Franklin, A.J. Dudley. A.J. was the first person that ever talked to me when I moved back home and started my practice in Franklin County. And he's the only person actually in Franklin County that still talks to me. But he's been a great friend, a great ally. We've done a lot of good things together, and he's a wonderful attorney. With him today, Madam President, is his beautiful and lovely wife, Renee Dudley, which demonstrates you can be smart and beautiful and still have the last name of Dudley. And then also is their daughter, Avon Dudley. She's an 8th grader at the Benjamin Franklin Middle School right there in downtown beautiful Rocky Mount. My kids call that school, they've all gone there, they call it BFMS, BFMS. So, Madam President, if you would extend the warmest welcome to my friends, the Dudley family, I'd most appreciate it.
Please stand. Thank you for coming, and thank you for watching your Senate in action. Good morning again to you. You see how sometimes we do have some fun here despite what others say. Thank you for all that you do in your community. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Kiggins, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
President, I rise for purposes of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today we have 2 special guests with us. We have Chuck Lesson, who's the Vice Chairman of Virginia Israel Advisory Board. He's also the founder and president of American Home Crafters. But he's brought with him today a very special person who I'd like to acknowledge, and this is Mr. Alexei Nikitenko, and he was born and raised in the Ukraine. And we spent some time together this morning just talking about his family, who still resides in the Ukraine, many whom have been able to escape and go to Poland. But just talking about the crisis there with him, with a family member, and just the bravery that the Ukrainian people are showing. And I reassured him of all of us standing in solidarity, with Ukraine and supporting what the people there are doing and going through right now. There's about 1.7 million refugees as of today that have been able to escape Ukraine, but he still has many people who are there and who are continuing to fight and just enduring being the constant attacks and all the terribleness that we see on the news. So we just wanted to acknowledge again, that we do stand with Ukraine, that we recognize what those people are going through. We are happy to, provide a listening ear and to be supportive in any way that we can. As a Commonwealth. But just please extend the warm welcome of the Senate to our special guest. Thank you.
Please stand. We thank you so very much for coming and to see what freedom looks like, as you know. And we are so sorry for what's happening in your country, Ukraine. And what we do know is that a people who have tasted freedom are loath to give it up. And we stand with you in that fight. And in fact, your senators did adjourn in the name of the Ukrainian people. And we stand with you and we pray for you. And we thank you for the bulwark that you are. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Enrico, Senator Donovan.
Good morning, Madam President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the gallery are friends of mine from Henrico. We've got William, better known as Wild Bill Pearson, and his son, Caden Jason. And they are constituents from Henrico, highly involved. I see them regularly as we're out advocating for their community and working hard. Caden Jason, in particular, likes British sports cars, but who doesn't? But he's interested in starting a business and restoring them. So, Madam Chairman, Madam President, I hope you and the members of the Senate will welcome my friends who are in the gallery today. Thank you.
Please rise. Thank you for coming, and hello to you again. Thank you for being so very involved in the electoral process. This is what true democracy looks like. Thank you. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning.
Good morning still.
I rise for the purposes of an introduction without a green sheet.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm pretty excited to recognize someone that's in the gallery today. This gentleman and I came into the House of Delegates a long, long time ago. And, Clay Athey served honorably in the House. He went to the bench, and he is now an appellate court judge here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. He and his wife Stacy reside in Front Royal, and I considered Clay to be one of my very dearest friends in the legislature. So, Madam Chairman, Madam President, if you would please offer the warm welcome of the Senate to appellate court judge Clay Athey, I would greatly appreciate it.
Judge, please stand. We all came in together 20-some years ago, you and Senator Peterson, Senator Cosgrove, Senator McDougal, and I think that's it. And those were some heady days, and we thought we knew everything, and now we know we knew everything. Thank you for what you're doing for the Commonwealth still as an appellate court judge. And senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surreville.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an announcement and a request.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, for the announcement, I just want to let the body know that I checked with my seatmate yesterday, and his wife came out of surgery and is doing great. And
wonderful.
I just thought everybody would like to know that. And Madam President, as for my request, I would ask that the journal be marked to reflect that my seatmate, the senator from Prince William County, is away on personal pressing business for one more day.
Without objection, Senator, the journal will so state. Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the gentlelady from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Happy International Women's Day, and I rise for a request.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to request unanimous consent to introduce a commending resolution, a Senate joint resolution, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know about you, but some of my favorite pictures of me in action on this floor and the floor down the hall were taken by Richmond Times-Dispatch photographer Bob Brown, who has been taking pictures of this body for over 50 years and thought that he would retire quietly, but I want to make sure that he doesn't.
The question is, shall the Senate grant consent to introduce a bill or joint resolution honoring, where's our photographer? Mr. Brown, there you are. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The consent of the Senate is granted, Senator, to introduce your joint resolution. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended and House Joint Resolution 367 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and House Joint Resolution 367 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will please read the title.
House Joint Resolution number 367, commending Ryan Zimmerman.
Senator DeStaff.
Madam President, I move that we agree to House Joint Resolution 367.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. Is there any other business to come before the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. On page 3. Conference report on House Bill 166.
Chair calls on Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
President, I ask that we adopt the conference committee report. We've just added a few projects that the House had that the Senate didn't have to a capital outlay plan that actually has no importance.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 166? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The conference committee report is adopted.
Page 11.
Turning to page 11. House Bill 50. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and respectfully request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment on House Bill 50 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 177, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair calls on Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
With my mouth full, I suggest that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The Senate insists on its substitute.
House Bill 305, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again calls on Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
I move that we insist on our substitute and angrily request a committee of conference.
Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute.
House Bill 319, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the Senate, I think we're going to...
Insist?
Insist? I don't think so. I think we're going to recede from its amendment to the House bill. Yes.
The question is, shall the Senate recede from its Senate amendment? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Parliamentary inquiry.
The senator has the floor.
Wouldn't it be normal when a request is made that we get an explanation of it so we have a little understanding of what we're doing before we vote on it?
Yes, sir, that would be proper. Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I yield to the senator from which part of Fairfax County?
Eastern Fairfax County.
Fairfax County.
Senator Surville.
Thank you. Maybe this should just go by temporarily so we can figure out what we're doing.
All right.
Thank you.
Without objection, House Bill 319 temporarily goes by.
House Bill 349, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Frivola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference? All those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendments.
House Bill 431, the House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I would move that the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference.
The question is, Shall the Senate insist on its amendments and respectfully request a committee of conference on House Bill 431? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendment.
House Bill 484. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, again, I move that the Senate recede from its amendment to the House bill, and if Senator Serville would like to explain it any further, he can.
The Senate calls on Senator Suderline.
I didn't have my button pushed, but it appears that House Bill 484, our Senate amendment, was the financial contingency clause. So I don't know. We probably don't want to remove it. I would ask this Chair of Senate Finance, who might be able to speak with a little more background based on the negotiations.
Chair calls on Senator. Senator Howell, the gentlelady from northern Fairfax County.
Yes, the senator from Roanoke City got to his feet before me. I would hope we would keep this amendment. We're still in negotiations on the budget, and whether or not we will be able to fund these will be determined by the budget.
The question is, shall the Senate recede from its amendment to House Bill
It's to recede.
It's to recede. To restate the motion, shall the Senate recede from its Senate amendment to House Bill 484? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
The chair calls on Senator Lucas if she might want to insist and request. And request a committee of conference.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment, House Bill 484, and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 653 is the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and respectfully request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. Senate insists on its amendment.
House Bill 657. The House has rejected the Senate substitute with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam Chairman, I would move that the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will say aye, will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute.
House Bill 610. 680, sorry. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I think we've got this thing straightened out now. I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendment.
House Bill 736. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Chair calls on Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insist and requests a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and respectfully request a committee of conference? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests.
House Bill 813. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again calls on Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Yeah, the senator from Roanoke City. I never was a delegate.
Gentlemen.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The Senate insists and requests.
House Bill 915. The House has rejected the Senate substitute. 935.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. The Senate insists and requests.
House Bill 1046. The House has rejected, excuse me, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill. Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests.
Senate Bill 1071. The House has rejected the Senate substitute with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, again, I move that the Senate reject the House substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute
and request a committee of conference?
And respectfully request a committee of conference. Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests.
House Bill 1239. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests.
House Bill 1261. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair calls on Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our Senate substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its Senate substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0.
I don't know.
The Senate insists and requests. The Senate will be temporarily at ease. The Senate will come back to order. Madam Clerk, please continue.
House Bill 1270. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair calls on Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and that we respectfully request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The Senate insists and requests.
House Bill 1323. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests.
House Bill 1191. The House acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senators Stewart, McPike, and Hashmi. House Bill 1282. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate, as named by the co-chairs of Judiciary, are Senators Edwards and Deeds, or McClellan, Morrissey, and Peake. Okay, if you would return to page 12, House Bill 319.
Chair calls on the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. I was right first time. I moved that the Senate recede from its amendment to the House bill, and now I would like to speak to that bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a bill that was introduced in the House by Delegate Kerry Corner and, of course, in the Senate by me. And what the bill does, it makes several changes relating to early student literacy, including requiring each education program, preparation program offered by a public institution of higher education or private institution of higher education or alternative certificate program that provides training for any individual seeking initial licensure with an endorsement in a certain area, including as a reading specialist, to demonstrate a mastery of science-based reading research and evidence-based literacy instructions. As such terms are defined in number 2, the literacy assessment required of individuals seeking initial teacher licensure with endorsement in certain areas to include a rigorous test of science-based reading research and evidence-based literacy instruction. So, Madam President, with that explanation, I would hope that we would, now that we received it, that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the Senate recede from its substitute to House Bill 319? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate recedes from its amendments.
20.
I guess he's going to move on.
Returning to page 20.
The Senate will be temporarily at ease.
Unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 40 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair calls on the gentleman from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I move to accept the amendments from the House of Delegates. Speaking to that measure, please.
Yes, sir. You may continue.
Thank you. The House on page, House Delegates on line 66 at the end of subdivision, they removed 67 and 68, the debt was reviewed of the courts. Line 66, the board should adopt a regulation that establishes the procedure of an appeal. So I move that we accept the amendments from the House.
The question is, shall the House amendment be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Senator Lucas. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is accepted.
Senate Bill 87 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the gentleman from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute in speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, this is an important bill. It's important. And but of course, this is the bill with regard to violations of the United States USDA regulations when it comes to breeding dogs and cats for experimentation. The changes that were made in the House side was on line 12, they added the word or because it was any dog, cat. So now it's dog or cat. And then they took they removed the reenactment clause and extended the timeline for which this bill would have effect on those industries in the Commonwealth of Virginia who are breeding cats and dogs for experimental purposes to July 1st of 2023. And for those reasons, Madam President, I now renew my motion that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute on Senate Bill 87 be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote?
Got him a little flustered.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 88 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Stanley, gentleman from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move again that we concur with the House substitute in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this members of the Senate Bill 88 was to create annual reporting on the part of those companies that breed dogs and cats for experimental purposes. We really didn't have an understanding of what they were doing and the breadth of what they were doing. Well, now this bill, of course, in its original form as it left the Senate, created some reporting requirements. What the substitute did was actually they brought the reporting requirements in line with the United States Animal Welfare Act 7 U.S.C. 2131. And so that includes information such as the number of cats and dogs that are there, tag numbers that have been assigned, the species, types, and brands, dispositions of those dogs, and it added the number of dogs or cats in the person or entity's possession for which the person or entity no longer has a need that have been offered for transfer to a releasing agency for eventual adoption or through private placement for adoption, and that these records then now are made available upon request to the Department of VDACs and to the state veterinarian, and they shall be made available on a quarterly basis. And so that's the change. Actually, there are very good reporting requirements, and for that, I then renew my motion that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 90 is passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, gentleman from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move once again that we concur with House Amendment to Senate Bill 90 and speaking to that amendment.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Senate. If you recall, this is an animal adoption that when those animals have exceeded their usefulness, especially if they're created by the breeders, the dogs and cats, by people who are breeding them for scientific experiments, then what they can then do and then what they must do is offer those dogs and cats for adoption. There were some technical corrections that were made there. So on line 21, after the word breeder, we put in the word or. So for those reasons, I move that we concur with the House amendment. It's a very important bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House amendment on Senate Bill 90 be accepted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is accepted.
Senate Bill 100 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the Senate, I would move that we concur with the House amendment substitute on this bill.
And speaking to it?
I'd like to speak to that.
Yes, sir. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the Senate, I have a series of 3 bills here. All of them have amendments which I would regard as somewhat technical, but the House felt it important to clarify what we intended to do, so it doesn't change any of the substance of the bills. On this first one, it deals with the resuscitation orders for people who are providing services under the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. There was an enactment clause added which will require the Department of Behavioral Services to develop and distribute guidance on compliance with do not resuscitate orders for anyone who's a program participant. So again, I move that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 102 is passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes again the gentleman from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendment. I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Again, this is a technical amendment. It involves a situation where a law enforcement official is in hot pursuit from an infraction in his locality, and then he moves to a different locality where there's another crime committed. It allows a process for obtaining a warrant in a convenient manner. So I would again move that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is accepted.
Senate Bill 119 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we again concur with the House amendments. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
in this instance, we have a bill which basically clarifies and assists in communication between the CSB employee and the physician or the physician's representative as far as a sharing of information that may be very helpful during treatment in a temporary detention order process. The House amendments basically clarify in disclosing relevant information, and you'll note that they say this will be to each other. I suppose, as opposed to putting it out on Facebook. So I would move that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed with? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 145 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I ask that we accept the House substitute. The House substitute accomplishes the same thing, but it is clarifying. All this would do, it would allow someone who has a dock or a pier to do maintenance on their dock or pier without having to go through the whole joint permit application process. So I hope it'll be the pleasure of the Senate to accept the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 187 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair again recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendment, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
This bill deals with the nutrient credit trading program for streams, and it would create a method whereby these credits, the release of these credits, could be accelerated. The amendment was requested by the Department of Environmental Quality. It's an enactment clause that indicates that the provisions of the Act will become effective 30 days after they have provided appropriate guidance on the implementation of the Act. So I again move that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendments on Senate Bill 187 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 201 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that the substitute be rejected, I move that the substitute be agreed to. Again, the recommendation is that the substitute be rejected.
Would you like to speak to it, Senator?
Yes, speaking to the motion, what the House did is they have incorporated a broader definition of hospitals. They've included hospital systems. That needs to be reworked, and I'm confident that we can get to a good place.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 241 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senior senator from Chesterfield.
Madam President, with the motion, I move that the House substitute be rejected. And speaking briefly to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
The House substitute removes the actual fund from the Renal Disease Council Fund, and I think we can make sure that that funding mechanism is placed back into the bill if we were able to take this into conference. And so I move that the House substitute be rejected.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute for Senate Bill 241 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 2, noes 37.
Ayes 2, noes 37. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 249 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Saravell.
Madam President, I would move that we accept the amendments proposed by the House and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm trying to remember exactly what the amendments were here, but I remember they were clarifying in nature and they removed some redundant language from the bill, and I'm trying to remember what they are. If somebody needs to know them, we can take it by and I can figure that out, but I don't believe this changed the substance or the effect of the bill in any way, and so I would hope we would adopt the amendments.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from... The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 268 has passed the House with a substitute with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we concur with the House substitute and House amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What the substitute does is it removes the emergency custody order from the bill. So the bill is now focused on individuals with temporary detention orders. Of course, the language is clarified that magistrates or state mental health facilities can identify alternative transportation providers and alternative providers who may retain custody of the individual until a bed is actually found. And lastly, the House clarified that the state could expand its contract to hopefully provide a more robust service with more alternative transport providers, and also the possibility of having individuals who can provide adequate custody once an individual goes to, say, a mental health facility and a bed is not yet available. This took a lot of work. All the stakeholders are in agreement, and I do hope it is the will of the body to, again, concur with the House substitute and amendments. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion, this is actually a House substitute, not amendment, on Senate Bill 268. Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute with amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 281 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we accept the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
These are technical amendments for a bus procurement bill that we have been out of conformance with some federal requirements for procuring buses that has prevented us from getting both electric and non-electric buses for DRPT as a purchasing agent for local bus authorities. And this amendment just removes the word transit. It was suggested by, I can't recall either DRPT or Legislative Services, but it doesn't change the bill in any way. And I ask again that we accept the House amendments.
The question is, shall the House amendments be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendments are accepted.
Senate Bill 297 has passed the House with amendment.
The gentleman from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam Chair, Madam President, I move that we agree to the House amendment, and I'd like to speak to that, please.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that subjects health providers that continue to harass victims of crime with bills when they're not legally not allowed to do so, subject them to the Consumer Protection Act. The House put an amendment on it to make sure that third-party debt collectors could also be protected in the event that they didn't have notice. The language is not perfect, but I can live with it for a year. And so again, I would ask you to accept the amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. The House amendment is agreed to.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Sudeline.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we just adopted the House amendment to Senate Bill 297, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which the amendments on Senate Bill 297 pass be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, having explained the purpose of the amendment, I again move that we accept the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, noes 17. The House amendment is accepted.
Senate Bill 302 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes again the gentleman from Bath.
Madam President, with a recommendation that we reject the amendment, I move the amendment, and I'd like to speak to that motion, please.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you will recall that this is the bill that allows people to make decisions for certain handicapped relatives without an appointment of a guardianship in certain circumstances. The House put an amendment on the bill that is not quite right. I think we can get it worked out if we can get the bill to conference, and I would ask you to reject the amendment.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected, the clerk will close the roll.
0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House amendments are rejected.
Senate Bill 348 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that we reject the amendments, I move that we concur with the House amendments. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill that reverses 2 Court of Appeals cases, which nobody has had a problem with throughout the process. The part of the bill that has created some consternation had to do with prohibiting our courts from following 50-year-old policy that if you are incarcerated, that the court can assume you're still earning the same income you were earning before you were incarcerated. The approach the Senate took to the bill would preserve the constitutionality of the statute without jeopardizing $75 million of federal child support enforcement money. The House, however, decided that to take a different approach, which from my point of view would be unconstitutional. And so we basically agreed this thing needs to go into a conference. And, I've got a good bottle of whiskey and a couple treatises, and we're going to whip out a big chunk of the Constitution of Virginia and have a good old time talking res judicata and collateral estoppel and lots of fun stuff. So if anybody wants to come join the party, vote red on this, and we can figure this out and save taxpayers $75 million. So please vote red so we can have this fun discussion.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. House amendments are rejected.
Senate Bill 389 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute. And speaking to that motion,
the senator may continue.
The bill originally just removed the 1920 statute that children had a obligation to, adult children over 18 had an obligation to support their parents. What the substitute does is it does remove that statute, but it does say in the situation of bankruptcy of a child, if you're already supporting your parents, that you can have that expense considered by the bankruptcy court. And I spoke to an attorney for the Bankruptcy Attorneys Association. They were fine with it. No. So with that, I renew my motion that we accept the House substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Rise for a motion.
The senator has the floor.
Could that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 389 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 400 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendments. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Senate. This bill, Senate Bill 400, deals with minimum safety provisions for agriculture event buildings. There has been built into our statutes somewhat of a loophole for some of these buildings that are operated in agricultural areas. And the bill would have provided some minimum safety provisions. There's a list of them, but it also creates an advisory group from all relevant stakeholders, including local government, so that we can come up with adequate agreement on adequate provisions. The House amendments add one member to that advisory group and also put in a reenactment clause that's relative to the provisions which actually put those safety provisions in place. So I would move that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendments on Senate Bill 400 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 0, noes 38, noes 0. Rule 36-1. The House amendments are agreed to.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Could Senate Bill 405 go by temporarily? That's your next bill on your agenda.
Without objection, Senate Bill 405 goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 426 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the gentlelady from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. And I move that we concur with the amendments from the House substitute. Concur with the House substitute and speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
The language of the House substitute was worked out with the stakeholders, and it was more of a consensus point as opposed to anything that was imposed on the bill. And so this is the bill that works to define acute conditions as an appropriate cause for home monitoring. Prior to that, we've just had chronic health conditions, and now we will be able to include acute. And probably the best example to offer of this was COVID. We had people that really benefited from not being readmitted if they had home monitoring, and we were able to maintain them at home. And so this really just adds another layer. You still have the same criteria of 2 hospitalizations or 2 emergency room visits to really meet the criteria to benefit from this. So with that, I hope you'll agree to the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 449 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we reject the House's substitute.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. There are differences between the 2 bills. We just put the House Cognate into conference as well. There is a funding issue, and one version says that we must include the provision within the health care, and one says we may. This is dealing with special formulas for infants and children who could not live otherwise without taking this special formula. And I move that we reject the House substitute and get this into conference.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 490 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we accept the House substitute. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is one of the issues that will have to be resolved by the budget conferees. This is the bill that, as it passed this body, adopted the standards of quality recommended for school social workers, psychologists, nurses, and health and behavioral health professionals. But on the other side of the hall, rather than doing that, they adopted the standard for principals and assistant principals. So this needs to be in conference.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that to be rejected, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 5, noes 34.
Ayes 5, noes 34. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 498 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, could that go by for the day, please?
Without objection, Senate Bill 498 goes by for the day. Page 29.
Senate Bill 514 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. That bill will go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 514 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 551 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the House amendments. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It's just a technical amendment. It correctly identifies the name of the Virginia Flood Resiliency Plan, and I move that we accept the House amendments.
The question is, shall the House amendment be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The House amendment is accepted.
Senate Bill 567 has passed the House with an amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move we concur with the amendment. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What this bill does is it's an accommodation for a small subdivision in Nokesville, western side of Prince William County, where they were having difficulty with a treatment plant. So it allows them to be one of three that dumps into the Occoquan, and the amendment was requested by Fairfax County and the Fairfax Water Authority. It alleviated their concerns, and it was a reasonable amendment, so I'd ask we adopt the amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 575 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the gentleman from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we concur with the House substitute. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is the bill that allowed our fleet managers to use a total cost of ownership calculator to determine the most cost-efficient vehicles that we'd replace for our fleet. the VDOT had not gotten clearance to comment on the bill, so their comments came in late, and they were accepted to exclude emergency response vehicles. We'd already excluded emergency vehicles. And then we have a medium and heavy-duty truck manufacturer in Western Virginia who had reached out to us early and said there's just not a calculator ready. They want to be included down the road, but we're not ready for them there. So we made concessions to add an enactment clause and look at the opportunity to include them in the future. But both of these are acceptable to the original bill, and I hope the colleagues will support the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 577 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the gentleman from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we concur with the House substitute. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the senator from Mecklenburg and I had addressed some background check issues with child residential facilities. As the bill left here, we made sure that you could not be working in a facility with children. We further clarified that on the other side with some language that made it more acceptable to certain folks, as well as they felt like we hadn't done a good enough job of saying when you can come back to work. So we changed it to make sure that once you have gotten both sets of background checks, you are eligible to be fully employed and working with children at these residential facilities. So these are mostly clarifying in nature, but just spelled it out a bit more clearly, Madam President, and so I hope our colleagues would support the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 593 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Madam Chairman, I move that we accept the House substitute and speaking that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam Chairman, this bill is the bill that allows law enforcement to initiate new auxiliary law enforcement officers for the purposes of TDOs and ECOs. They'll be able to transport or detain, but only after the TDO and ECO has been executed by law enforcement. Madam Chairman, it is substantially the way that the bill left here in that regard. There was some sections at the very end that they gave them some authority to actually execute the TDO and ECO, and that has been removed from the bill. But Madam Chairman, with this, I believe that law enforcement will have another tool in the box when it comes to these issues.
The question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 694 has passed the House with a substitute.
The senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. In this world of rejection, I now move that we concur with the House substitute of Senate Bill 604 of the package of bills known as the Senator Jill Vogel hates Beagles package. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, this Senate Bill 604 actually then defines a companion animal to include that a dog or cat is bred for research purposes. This substitute clears that language up a little bit to make sure that that no agricultural animal or game species considered a companion animal, and no animal that's actively involved in bona fide scientific or medical experimentation is considered a companion animal, but that all other dogs and cats that are bred for such purposes will fall under the companion animal statute. And if they then are abused or neglected, then those persons that abuse and neglect those animals can be prosecuted under the law of the Commonwealth. And for those reasons, I renew my motion that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 655 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
I move we accept these technical amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is a VEC bill, and what the amendments do, they came to our attention from the administration. In bills from the senator from Prince William and the delegate from Bedford, or from Campbell, I should say, the electronic reporting language was written in a certain way, and this just makes this bill have that exact same language in the electronic reporting section. So I move again that we accept the amendments.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Roanoke County rise?
Will the senator from Alexandria yield for a brief question?
Will the senator yield?
Yes, Madam President, I yield.
Senator Suderline has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I thought I heard administration, but I wasn't sure if it was the previous administration or the current administration.
Senator Eben.
The current administration.
Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 678 has passed the House with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendment. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill actually just makes it clear that a horse is an agricultural animal, and you can have it on land zoned agricultural, because some jurisdictions had difficulty with that. What they added in the House was that this provision is declarative of existing law. I don't necessarily always like it when we do that, but we do it sometimes, and I think it's okay because it is what the law is today, and we were trying to clarify it to make sure these jurisdictions understand it. So with that, I move we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 679 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Spruill, the gentleman from Northern Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept substitute from the House. Speaking to the motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you. Madam President and members, in the original bill, it had this bill as far as refunds paid for by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the United States Department of Labor. They felt that was too much, so what they did was they screwed from line 65 to 70. They took it out and added that if a life insurance in order to contract is used to fund a pre-need funeral contract, the face amount of any life insurance policy issued to a fund a re-need funeral contract should be not decreased or overpaid. What happened was they got rid of the consumer price index and made it simple that people can have their needs paid. I move that we accept the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Senate Bill 689 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the gentleman from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we concur with the House substitute. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President and members, this is a you don't have any choice situation. We've talked about barrier crimes in this body and other forevers, and we've been heaping barrier crimes on top of each other for years and years. The senator from Hanover rightfully pushed back on this bill when it left here. We conformed it to the federal law, allowing us to move forward with the option of foster care. As we got down the hall, at his insistence and others, we had pulled those crimes that were included, and we're trying to go through, we'll accept some of these, we won't accept some of these, but there really wasn't the appetite for that down the hall, so we've turned this into yet another study committee. I take your time here to hope you remember this, because we had a big study committee on all the barrier crimes. Maybe that was too much. But this is foster care, whereas a 54-year-old, something that I did when I'm 25 years old, that I haven't done since, and I've lived an exemplary life, I've served my time, now I can't adopt my cousin who's in need because of a barrier crime in my past. We have to do something about this, Madam President. That's why I take the body's time. We're going to put a work group together. I hope you remember this when we come back with a recommendation, and I hope we can finally make meaningful progress on this effort for foster care and to help children in our future. With that, Madam President, I hope you support the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 694 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenchain, the gentleman from Rockingham County.
Madam President, I move that the body concur with the House substitute, but I say it with the understanding that I don't believe that there are 21 votes in favor.
The gentleman has the floor.
With the substitute. I support this. This is a largely procedural, eminent domain bill that came through this body, went to the House. The House added a provision dealing with lost access to property, which I think is a very good addition to the legislation. However, there are probably a few things that need to be discussed. I'm going to be voting green on this amendment and would urge as many of my colleagues as concur to vote green as well, but I rather suspect that the discussion on this will continue.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I think I've done a little bit for landowner rights over the past couple of years, but I'm going to ask you to vote red on this, and the reason is that there are some inconsistencies with this bill and with the Devil's Own Senate Bill 666, which we passed out a couple days ago, and which will be on the governor's desk and would be superseded. And I think we're going to work it out in conference, because I think at the end of the day, there's a majority of people of the same mind, but I just think we need to go to conference first, so please vote red. Thank you.
The question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. The chair now recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Madam President, in accordance with provisions of Senate Rule 36, I'm announcing a pair with the senator from Prince William on the acceptance of the substitute for Senate Bill 694. I was in favor of the substitute. The senator from Prince Williams would have been in the negative.
Thank you, Senator. A pair has been announced on the passage of Senate Bill 694.
Senate Bill 706 is passed the House with amendments.
Let me just return back for a moment and once again announce the original vote, which was, Madam Clerk?
18 to ayes, 20 noes.
18 to 20, and so the House substitute is not agreed to.
Senate Bill 706 is passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the House amendments. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The original bill just deals with a secondary violation if you use your compression brakes or your cruise control in a vehicle over 26,000 pounds during a frozen precipitation event. And all the House amendment does is make sure that it's applicable to 2-lane roads as well as 3-lane roads. And I reiterate my motion that we agree to the House amendments.
The question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 722 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes again the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the House substitute. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill dealt with, in Planning District 8, police being able to ticket vehicles whose wheels were parked up over and on top of the curb. And all this House substitute does is make it not against the law in Planning District 8, but allow for a local ordinance for jurisdiction in Planning District 8 to pass such an ordinance to prohibit that. And so that makes the bill only for those jurisdictions that really have the need to solve the problem. And I would reiterate my motion that we agree with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 756 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, I move we concur with the proposed House amendment. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, what the House amendment does is put in new languages set forth in the calendar, requiring that a certain portion of the monies in the revolving fund be used for hazard mitigation of buildings. That language is actually necessary, Madam President, to make us available or make the fund acceptable for certain federal monies that require that a portion of the fund be used for structures. So with that, I renew my motion that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 774 is passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the gentlelady from Henrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendment and speak to that amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment is just defining, this is the bill that was proposed by the robotics team from St. Bridget's, and they are, I've got to look away from my seatmate for a minute. But yes, he got me. So, in any case, this just defines a little more precisely who will be allowed, where the buses will be allowed to deliver, not to residential homes. Thank you, Madam President. I hope you'll support the bill.
The question is, shall the House amendment be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 3. The House insists on the substitute and request a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 3? All in favor of the motion, please record your vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Eben, or Senators Deed, Surville, and Suderline. Senate Bill 49. The House has insisted on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 49? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, Senators Favola, Mason, and Hanger. Senate Bill 62. The House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee on conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? McDougal. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the chair of the Committee on Rules, Senator Locke, or Senators Favola, Locke, and Vogel. Senate Bill 68. The House insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference.
The gentlelady from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee on conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 68? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Locke, or Senators Favola, Hashmi, and Newman. Senate Bill 108. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Richmond, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 108? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Morrissey, Surville, and Hanger. Senate Bill 361. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the request for committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 361? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senator Stewart, McPike, and Hashmi. Senate Bill 435. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Barker, McPike, and Pillion. Senate Bill 440. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 440? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? McClellan. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Judiciary, Senators Edwards and Deeds, or Senators Boysko, Surville, and Norman. Senate Bill 581. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 581? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, of Senators Morrissey, Boysko, and Reeves. Senate Bill 672. The House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the gentlelady from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the committee of conference. Conference of committee.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senators Donovan, Barker, and Hashmi. Senate Bill 729. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Ruff, the gentleman from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Judiciary, Senators Edwards and Deeds, or Senators Servell, Ruff, and Spruill. We're awaiting House action on the remaining bills in that section, and we need to go back to page 28,
Senate Bill 405.
Senate Bill 405.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from southern Fairfax County.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move that with a recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we concur with our substitute. There's a little bit of language.
The senator may continue.
There's a little bit of language we need to clean up on this one and get it in a conference committee. And so I would urge the body votes to reject the motion to concur with the House substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected. With the recommendation that it be rejected. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House substitute is rejected.
Turning to page 40, House Bill with Governor's recommendation, House Bill 298.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, gentlelady from northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to yield to the senator from Roanoke City who had the companion bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, this is a bill that allows for property to be transferred to a land bank entity.
The gentleman has the floor.
The land bank entity to repurpose and to improve the property. What the governor has done is to change to the amount of the delinquent taxes from 10% to 25% of assessed value of the real estate, which is subject to being transferred to a special commissioner appointed to convey the property to a land bank entity to improve and repurpose the property. And I ask that the body adopt the governor's recommendation and accept the governor's recommendation in this matter. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendation be accepted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The governor's recommendation on House Bill 298 is accepted.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw. Senator Saslaw. The senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, and excuse me for keeping you waiting, I move all the House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 41 through 60. That's House Bill 128 through 1329 be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any member desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 41 through 60, House bills 128 through 1329, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 128, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 137, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 197, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Yes, Madam President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 207, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 210, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 214, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 231, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 236, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady again from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 241, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair
from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes
substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
From Education and Health.
Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute from Education and Health is rejected. Chair recognizes now Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 248, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I'll move my paper here. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 282, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee substitute from General Laws and Technology be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 282, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Is that
from the Committee on Finance?
354.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot to turn the page. House Bill 354, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 355, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 358, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 468, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 481, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 507, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 517, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Agreed to.
The question is, shall the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the proposed amendment, and I just discussed this with the chair, as we were working our way through budget conference, we verified that this bill was amended in the House so that it doesn't create a new position. It simply assigns the authority for Chief Resilience Officer to the Secretary of Natural Resources. So with that, there's no fiscal impact. And as the chair has made the proper motion, I would ask that you reject that motion. And Madam Chair, what this will do is save us from putting a bill in conference that we don't need to.
So we're rejecting the committee amendments from the Finance and Appropriations Committee. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected.
House Bill 537, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from James City County, Senator Norman.
Madam President, I respectfully request that bill be removed from the block and passed by for the day.
House Bill 537, sir. Senator Norman, House Bill 537?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Without objection, House Bill 537 is out of the block.
House Bill 583, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 587, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 642, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you. I move the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 644, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 746, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 750, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 765, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Madam President.
And there are 4 floor amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Madam President, I stand for purposes of a floor amendment. Speaking to the bill. Is that? Oh, sorry, Madam President.
The floor amendments?
Request that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading of said amendments will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The floor amendments, the reading of them are waived. Senator from Spotsylvania.
Madam President, I would move the floor amendment and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this would put this bill that has to do with the Charitable Gaming Board, making it from a regulatory board to an advisory board. But these 4 separate amendments would make the bill in the same posture as my Senate Bill 402 that left here and passed the House today, 86-11. So they would both run parallel paths.
The question is, shall the floor amendments be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendments are agreed to.
I do. Madam President.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Madam President. Could House Bill 765 please come out of the block?
Out of the block? Without objection, House Bill 765 is out of the block.
House Bill 829, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 879, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 916, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 938, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 961, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is adopted.
House Bill 987, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1026, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator Lucas.
Madam President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1098, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Chair first calls on the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to. Chair now calls on the gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, should the committee amendments from the Committee on Rules be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1107, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair again calls on the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1108, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1122, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1131, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 1136, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 1193, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1203, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 1245, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1277, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1298, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendment.
Gentleman from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendment be agreed upon.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1305, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
The gentlelady from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1309, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the amendment be agreed to, but I would like to yield to Senator Hanger, who will explain why you should vote no.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the Finance Committee amendment, at the time we put this on there, we were very concerned with bills that the House was pushing through without funding, and indeed there are quite a number of them, and we want to continue to insist on the clause when that's the case. But we did verify in our budget conference now that both the House and Senate have appropriated money for this Virginia Resiliency Fund. So with that, we can save time and not have another conference if we reject this amendment. Thank you.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected.
House Bill 1324, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1329, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 451.
That's the end of it.
Oh, sorry. Jumping ahead.
Yeah.
The question is, shall the House bills pass in block? That is, all bills except for House Bill 537 on page 49 and House Bill 765 on page 51. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 5.
Ayes 39, noes 5. The bills in the block pass.
Zero, I'm sorry.
39.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 51.
Returning to page 51,
House Bill 765.
House Bill 765.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill and its passage.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the bill we just talked about putting the amendment on to make it the same as Senate Bill 402. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that is a result of the Office of the Inspector General report from this last year and the work group that was put together, the subcommittee, in a bipartisan, bicameral fashion, addressing the inappropriate behavior of the Charitable Gaming Board working in their own self-interest without recusing themselves. At the recommendation of the OSIG, this bill reflects that recommendation to take away the regulatory authority away from that body, cut the number down to, I believe it's 9 if memory serves, and allow them to be a advisory board only. Madam President, with that recommendation, I'd ask the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 1, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 35, noes 1, Rule 36-3. The bill passes.
Regular calendar House bills on third reading. House Bill 451, stalking venue penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the discussions continue, and I'd ask that this matter be passed by one more day.
House Bill 451.
Yes, ma'am.
Without objection, House Bill 451 goes by for the day.
House Bill 492.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Could House Bill 492 be passed by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 492 is passed by for the day.
House Bill 18, School Board's appointed members' salaries.
Chair
reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has his floor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, House Bill 18. The intended purpose is to appoint school board members to salaries, permits any appointed school board to pay each of its members an annual salary that is consistent with the salary procedures and no more than the salary limits provided by local governments in relevant law or as provided by charter, with certain exemptions or exceptions and conditions. Current law sets a maximum dollar amount for the salaries of members of each such appointed school board member. And with that, Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The bill passes.
House Bill 80, Healthcare Regulatory Sandbox Program established, report sunset date. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair first calls on the senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you. I move the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, what House Bill 80 does, it seeks to require the Department of Health to establish the Healthcare Regulatory Sandbox Program to enable a person to obtain limited access to the market in the Commonwealth to temporarily test an innovative healthcare product or service on a limited basis without otherwise being licensed or authorized to act under the laws of the Commonwealth. Under the program, an applicant's request the waiver of a certain laws, regulation, or other requirements for a 24-month testing period with an option to request an additional 6 months testing period. Madam President, with that explanation, I move again that the bill pass.
The question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President and members of the Senate, I would hope that we would not pass this bill. We did look at a similar bill that was brought from the senator from Franklin, and that did not survive in the Senate here. What this does is it in effect provides advantages to certain entities, whereas others do not get those types of things. It actually allows the Commissioner of Health in this situation to be able to waive laws, waive regulations, all kinds of things, so that it doesn't provide the protections that we are used to having, where the laws and regulations are enforced and kept in place. It also limits it to one particular service, which in this case is the health department services. There is no other state that has done this type of thing, and if anything, I'm more worried about something that was dealing with health and some of the risks that are associated with new products and new services that are developed there, and where the impact can be very significant and threaten health as well as life itself. So I would hope that we would not pass this bill, and that if there needs to be some studying of it, that could be done, and some limitations could be placed on things rather than having blanket exemptions from all laws and regulations.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Could that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 80 goes by for the day.
House Bill 86, Campaign Finance Disclosure Reports, Searchable Electronic Database. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair first recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Alexandria.
Could that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 86 goes by for the day.
House Bill 127, Academic Year Governor Schools, Certain Practices Prohibited, Permitted, and Required. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
I can't find my mic. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. It's getting late in the year. It's time to go home. Madam President, House Bill 127, of course, the academic year, governor schools, of course, is what it's all about. There's certain practices prohibit and permitted. Perhaps any academic year governor school or governing board member, director, administrator, or employee thereof from discriminating against or granting preferential treatment to any individual or group on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin, and 2, engages in proxy discrimination as defined in the bill. in students' admissions, or 3, seeking information on students' race, sex, color, ethnicity. Shall I keep quiet until somebody else finishes talking?
Madam President, if I might. I apologize.
Thank you.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will yield to you for explanation. Yes, please.
Madam President, my apologies to Senator Lucas. She's describing the bill that came over from the House, about 90% of which was stripped out. And we really are only left with 2 paragraphs. Everything else, frankly, we did away with. And the 2 paragraphs, one has to do with no discrimination based on race or ethnicity, which is the current Title IX standard. And the second is just simply saying that all school divisions should make sure that each middle school has a program in place to prepare children to apply to the governor's school. So this is the super stripped down version, and I apologies to Senator Lucas, but that's the bill. The substitute, I'm sorry. And I move that it pass.
There was so much excitement, I didn't get a chance to recognize you. That's all right. Chair recognizes the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise just briefly to speak in opposition to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I certainly understand that the bill is probably going to pass, but I just wanted to address some of the issues and concerns, particularly those concerns that I have heard from parents and from the alumni of our governor's schools, and also from some of the folks who have been deeply involved in the academic research around our gifted programs. One thing to clarify, our governor's schools don't necessarily factor race even now in the admissions process, but they certainly do report it. Reporting a variety of data is very critical to our overall understanding of where our school and education systems are. But when we think about the integration of racial considerations within the constructs of education, we also have to consider that essentially we are still sadly grappling with the concerns of a racial society. Racial lines are certainly problematic. We live in segregated communities. Our schools are largely still segregated in Virginia. And so it's rather challenging to say that we are going to have a race-blind process when we're taking a look at the students who are working their way through our governor's schools. There is increasing disenfranchisement in our education system in our low-income communities. What Maggie Walker here in the Richmond area and Thomas Jefferson in Northern Virginia were moving to do these past few years were really to identify and create a new admission opportunity. And this new admissions opportunity would establish minimum criteria and then implement a lottery-based admission for all students who meet that minimum. So all students necessarily that are admitted into the program must meet the minimum criteria for these schools. There is no change in academic responsibility or requirements. Further, the new admissions processes sought to admit all applicants in the top tier of their class from the feeder schools. We really haven't had a chance to see this new admissions process in action. We haven't had a chance to see the success of the students who were brought in under this new process. So before we had the remediation of the admissions process, the student body at Thomas Jefferson was under 2% Black and under 3% Latinx students. Additionally underrepresented were our English learners and our economically disenfranchised students. And when these factors were considered in the admissions process, a diverse population of Asian American students were actually admitted reported in the recent year. And the percentage of black students increased from 1% last year to 7%. Hispanic representation increased from 3% to 11%, and white representation increased from 18% to 22%. And these are all very critical for the nurturing of a diverse school community. At the same time, then, we also saw increases in our student success metrics in our governor schools. So, Madam President, I would just argue and share that aptitude, intellectual ability, creativity are not always measurable by standardized tests. A holistic approach to admissions is necessary. That's the process to which our governor schools were moving, the direction they were moving in, and we would benefit, I think, by seeing the opportunities for students to demonstrate their skills if we let that process continue to play for the next few years and gather appropriate measurable data. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes now the gentleman from Rockingham County, Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, I speak in favor of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, we live in a country in which we seek to judge students on the basis of their achievement. We seek to reward people for their efforts, for their ingenuity, for their achievements. We, in defeating this bill, would be taking a big step backwards. And, we strive towards a colorblind society here in this country. And in Northern Virginia, the Thomas Jefferson School, just recently, I guess just a couple of weeks ago, federal judge struck down the practices that some would seek to preserve, not because it is providing enhanced opportunities to white students or oppressors, if you may, but in the words of the federal judge, they were applying rules that left Asian American students disproportionately deprived of a level playing field. We ought to be providing a level playing field for everybody, and that's what this bill is about. Not about rewarding oppressors or oppressing or perpetuating anything. This is about kids and not depriving them of an opportunity that they've earned, irrespective of their race, gender, color, ethnicity, religion, or other protected class. Let's give these kids this opportunity.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the senator from Fairfax City rise for a question?
Will Senator Peterson rise?
I yield.
Senator McClellan has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Looking at the substitute, I'm struggling a little bit to understand the problem that Part B is trying to solve. Are there any local school divisions currently that are a part of a governor's school that are not offering all courses that a student would need to be eligible to apply for a governor's school?
Senator Peterson.
Well, I would simply say I'm most familiar with Fairfax County Public Schools, and we certainly strive to do that. I can't speak for the other school divisions in the state.
Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. On its face, this substitute looks pretty good, but I'm not sure it does anything. Part A of the bill just restates federal law, which we don't really need to do in our state code. It is already the law of the land under both the Constitution and the Civil Rights Act. Part B, I'm not sure that there are any school divisions that don't in middle school offer the coursework. I actually have a middle schooler right now, and we are looking at the courses that he would need to take to be eligible to apply for either Appomattox or Maggie Walker. And all of those requirements that he would be required to take are offered in Richmond Public Schools, and it is my understanding that those courses are all offered in the participating localities. So absent some evidence that there are school divisions that are failing to offer in middle school courses that students need to be eligible for our governor's school, I'm not sure this bill really does anything other than provide a talking point for an issue that, frankly, is being used to stir disagreement. The fact is, as the senator from Chesterfield has pointed out, we don't live in a colorblind society. I wish we did. The fact is that there are students, not because of their race, but because of disadvantages their communities have faced based on race-based policies of the past, our governor schools do not reflect the full diversity of the Commonwealth of Virginia or the school divisions that participate. That is the actual problem we need to solve. This bill doesn't solve that problem. So I'm not sure what this bill's trying to solve or will solve, other than to provide people who are upset with the current admissions policies for our governor's school something to make them feel good. But it will not address whether our governor's schools give all of our students an opportunity to apply to a school that reflects the diversity of the Commonwealth. And it would be a good thing if we fixed that problem. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Saravell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I concur, first of all, with the comments from the senators from Eastern, from the senior senator from Richmond and senior senator from Chesterfield. And I would just note a couple things. First of all, with regard to what happened at Thomas Jefferson that resulted in the litigation, I was in the very first class of students that were allowed to apply to go to TJ back in 1984. I think I was in 8th grade at the time. And what that school, I think, was originally envisioned to be did not turn out into what it ended up being. And when I was a student, it was a very different place than it is today. I'll just point that out, number one. The admissions program that was ultimately proposed was because the school, as it was playing out, wasn't really representing the entire county. And I'm not talking about race. I represent Walt Whitman Middle School along with the senator from Alexandria. And in some of the data that came out from the school system, there were 125 children who applied to get in over a 5-year period, and 5 got in. About 1 per year. Some years there were 0. Out of 1 middle school, out of 20, I think 8 middle schools in the county, something like that. Whereas I want to say about 30% of the admissions out of that school every single year came from 2 middle schools. There are multiple middle schools within the district I represent all the way down the Route 1 corridor, some of which I share with the senator from Prince William, my seatmate who's not here, where nobody ever gets in. And one of the changes they attempted to make was to create seats for the top students at every single middle school to have an opportunity to go, so that there would be proper geographic representation in that school, so that the top children from each middle school that all taxpayers were paying would have a chance to get in. I read the opinion by the judge, and I agree the judge cherry-picked a couple emails that supported the conclusion that they were trying to reach. There was a lot of other emails in there and a lot of other disputed facts that weren't discussed. I'm sure the Fourth Circuit and probably the U.S. Supreme Court's going to have something to say about this at the end of the day. But I don't think the litigation outcome should have any bearing on us. I would just note, Madam President, that the system that the county ended up choosing to adopt is effectively the same system that Ivy League schools have switched over to. And I would also just note for the body, there's one other Virginian who proposed a system just like this back in the 1780s, I believe, in a book called The Notes on the State of Virginia. Thomas Jefferson proposed a system of public education in our Commonwealth. And he also proposed that after taxpayers funded public schools for our children, that we take the top 2 children out of every school in each county and put them at a place called William and Mary. And so I cannot think of a proposal that is any more Virginian than what the county proposed, which this bill, by the way, as it came over from the other side, originally prohibited. But I would just suggest that I agree with the comments that I don't believe this bill is doing very much. It's just reiterating federal laws. It's written right now, and it's not necessary. But I understand this whole issue is taken on a lot of symbolic importance because of an election we just had, and so we're probably going to pass it. But it's disappointing to me because taxpayers are paying for this, and every child ought to be able to have a chance to get in. And not just because they happen to have wealthy parents who can figure a system out or go to the right school with the right houses that have the fanciest teachers and get in easily, which is what has basically developed in this county, or at least in Northern Virginia, I should say, over the last couple decades. I can't speak to Maggie Walker, but at least to what our experience is up north, that's what it's been. So I would hope we would not pass this.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the things that I wanted to bring up, not to repeat what has been said by the senior senator from Chesterfield or the senior senator from Richmond or the senator who just spoke. One of the reasons why the changes occurred to governor schools, the policies that changed, was because of the issues that were brought from students from the governor's schools and alumni from the governor's schools who talked about the lack of diversity at their schools. And they wanted change at their schools. They wanted diversity. So that was what brought about the changes. And the sky has not fallen as a consequence of change. And one of the things that is always talked about is that because of diversity that comes to the institutions, that somehow standards are going to drop, because you put in some color, at these schools. That has not happened as a consequence of the diversity that has come to these institutions or to these governor schools that, by the way, is paid for by taxpayer dollars. They are public institutions. And so we have not even given it an opportunity to see the change that has occurred. And already we're bringing forth a bill that says absolutely nothing. That says absolutely nothing. So I'm not even sure what this piece of legislation is trying to do other than stir up discussion for some brochure next year. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Madam President, speaking briefly to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, hearing these characterizations have been pretty wild. Different people have different views on Thomas Jefferson. I think that our forebears here were wise to put Washington in the center of the Capitol and the big statue outside rather than Jefferson. I don't think that his views on education were all that great. Those 3 years of public education he proposed, or sending the male students, not the top students, to that university was such a grand plan. And I wouldn't want to uphold Thomas Jefferson's views on why we ought to do things. But what I was also distressed to hear was the characterization of who these young people going to Thomas Jefferson High School were. When I was growing up in the middle of Fairfax County and kids were applying to these schools, I knew I wasn't going to be applying because I didn't have those sort of math chops to make it. But several of my fellow students who left, these weren't the wealthiest kids that then went to Thomas Jefferson. A lot of them weren't even born in this country. And a lot of them, their parents weren't born in this country. A lot of these folks were very bright young people who came from families that were strivers. They had worked incredibly hard, and not through personal connection, but through personal achievement, were in a position to get that admission. And I just did not like to hear the way several of those of my former students who were my fellow students who weren't with me in high school, because I was still at the regular high school, but through their personal achievement, they were able to apply to that other school and make it. And several of them have gone on to do great things. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. If nobody desires to speak twice, I'd like to address the bill. And I want to thank everybody, and I realize this is a contentious issue, and we had a contentious hearing on it last year, and I'm very sympathetic to the points that have been expressed. I actually was on the football field when we played Thomas Jefferson for the first time, and sad to say we lost to them when they were a science and tech school. They were just transitioning over. I remember that very well, and like Senator Surville, I was not a candidate for science and tech. But I think Senior Senator from Richmond is exactly correct. I didn't break any new ground with this language. Basically, it copies Title IX. It copies the Civil Rights Act. This is the Civil Rights Act. Okay, we're saying you can't discriminate based on race. Does anyone have a problem with that? Seriously? You can't discriminate based on race. Now, my colleague, my friend, my former law partner from the eastern side of Fairfax County, he's correct. You can use neutral criteria. You can do that. You can say the top 1 or 2 students from this school. You can say the top kids from this county. What you can't do is with the intention to limit one racial group. And that's what happened in Fairfax County in 2020. I've heard 7 speakers testify so far on this floor. No one has talked about what this issue was really about, and that was limiting the number of Asian Americans at Thomas Jefferson School of Science and Technology. Let me repeat that. It was about limiting the number of Asian Americans at Thomas Jefferson Science and Technology. Yes, I'm sorry. You can shake your head. Look at the emails, look at the statements that were made, look at the statements about we want a population that reflects our county. It was meant to discriminate against Asian Americans. Now, that's not just my opinion. That's the opinion of a federal judge, okay? And that's the legacy we're working with. Now, you can have, like I said, any type of neutral criteria you want, but if you're using it to discriminate against a group, in this case Asian Americans, that's illegal under federal law, and if we pass this bill, it'll be illegal under state law. Statements are important. And yes, we do have a chance to make a statement that every child should be free to be in a school system free from discrimination. Does that mean they have a right to TJ? No. No. And if Senator Surville's method of pulling the top couple kids from every junior high school is on the floor, you know what? I'd probably vote for it. I think it is a heck of an idea. But don't do it and turn around and say, but yeah, we're not going to have more than 70% or 75% Asian kids. That's done. We're not doing that. Okay, so that's what this bill is about. It may be worth nothing, it may be worth something, or it may be somewhere in between. I'll simply close by saying that Fairfax County Public Schools said that they went from outright opposition to, quote, grave concerns, which I know was the exact same comment by my 6th grade teacher in 1980 about me. So I hope we pass this bill, notwithstanding FCPS and their grave concerns. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. The bill passes.
House Bill 158, Governor Powers limited duration of rules, regulations, and orders limits to 30-day period. Reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Madam President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Locke.
Madam President, what the substitute does is conforms the bill to Senate Bill 4 as it passed the Senate. And this was the same bill of Senator Suderline, if he would wish to speak to it.
Madam President, speaking briefly to the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the chair of the Rules Committee. House Bill 158, like the chair of Senate Rules just said, is now conformed to what we previously passed out on a large bipartisan basis, which would require any emergency act by the governor or the executive branch to be under legislative consent if it's to extend beyond 45 days. It's premised under the idea that the vast majority of our sister states have also adopted that things can be important, but they are not necessarily an emergency, and after a certain duration, they're no longer an emergency, and they do require regular lawmaking. And so I hope it'll be the pleasure of the Senate to adopt House Bill 158.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 16.
Madam President.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Madam President, in accordance with the provisions of Senate Rule 36, I'd like to announce a pair with the senator from Prince William on the passage of House Bill 158. I am for the bill, and Senator from Prince William, had he been present, would have voted in the negative.
Thank the senator. A pair has been announced on House Bill 158. The original vote is ayes 23, noes 16. It stands. The bill passes.
House Bill 191, Health Workforce Development, creates position of Special Advisor to the Governor. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair first recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. And I, with a recommendation that we reject, I move that the committee amendments from the General Laws and Technology Committee be adopted.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments from General Laws and Technology be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are rejected. Chair now recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Howell, or is it Senator Barker? It's third reading.
We flipped coins, and I came in on the losing end. But
Chair again recognizes Senator Barker.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move the passage of the bill. And speaking of the bill,
the senator has the floor.
Yes, this is an effort to help further improve the development of workforce for in the healthcare fields. This is we have several other initiatives that are addressing this issue. The patron of this bill, the Delegate Hodges, has been involved in many of these efforts and is working with a number of people in terms of trying to make sure that we continue to build our healthcare workforce so that we have enough people in there, and that we also address some of the issues that we've had of people leaving the field, particularly in some of the residential types of facilities, including nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and others. So this is trying to prioritize this as an issue that would be considered by the governor and the administration, and as well as us. And I would hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 258, Hotels Human Trafficking Training. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
For what purpose does the senator from James City County rise?
Thank you, Madam President. I would respectfully ask House Bill 258 be passed by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 258 goes by for the day.
Senate House Bill 346, College Partnership Laboratory Schools, Application and Establishment. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator Lucas.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, what this bill does, HB 346 is now identical to my 598 as it passed. I mean, not my 598, but Senator Pillion's 598, as it passed the Senate 36-4. And as you may recall, this language reflects the bipartisan work of the members of the body, as well as input from several stakeholders, including VEA, VSBA, and VASS, who supports the bill. Madam President, again, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Madam President, in accordance with the provisions of Senate Rule 36, I would like to announce a pair. The senator from Prince William, on the passage of House Bill 346, I am in favor of the bill, and the senator from Prince William, if he were present, would have voted in the negative.
A pair has been announced on the passage of House Bill 346. The original vote is ayes 34, noes 4. The bill passes. The original vote stands.
House Bill 384, State and Local Employees, Rights of Employees, Freedoms of Conscience and Expression. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President and members of the Senate, what this bill does is it allows public employees to be able to participate in public hearings in various ways and to be able to express their personal views on things without having that affect their jobs that they might have. So with that explanation, I renew my motion that we pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. And with apologies to the Chair, General Laws, I was trying to move quickly that ask that this bill please go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 384 goes by for the day.
House Bill 389, Early Childhood Care and Education, Regional Entities, Child Care Subsidy Program Overpayment Fund. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Madam President, could I go by for a moment, please? I'm talking over here, and I don't have but 2 ears.
Without objection, House Bill 389 goes by temporarily.
House Bill 444, Virginia Freedom of Information Act, meetings conducted through electronic meetings. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I'll move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Would the gentlelady from Hampton wish to speak to the bill? The substitute?
Okay.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. And what the substitute does is it clarifies that remote participation by individual requires an in-person quorum. It also tightens up the language to ensure that an in-person meeting cannot be switched to a virtual meeting without a new meeting notice process being initiated. It also further limits the holding of all virtual meeting beyond the current 2 meetings or 25% by not allowing 2 virtual meetings to be held back to back. It also requires that the policy that the public body adopts, which is done at a public meeting with a recorded vote, must describe the circumstances under which an all virtual public meeting can be held. This bill is permissive. No public body must hold a virtual meeting. It just sets up clear guidelines for how the virtual meeting is done. It doesn't apply to the General Assembly sessions, and it provides one set of rules for all public bodies to hold limited all virtual meetings, including ensuring public access and participation. And with that explanation, Madam President, I move that House Bill 444 pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, gentleman from Fairfax City.
Gentlelady, yield for the question.
Will the senator rise for a question?
I will yield, but I have no guarantees that I can answer.
Well, I'll take it.
Senator Peterson has the floor.
Thank you. And I'll ask the gentlelady, this looks like the same identical bill that we voted down 4 weeks ago. Is that not correct?
Senator Locke.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, let's speak to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Madam Chair, Madam President, I can answer that question if you would like.
The senator may continue.
Yes. This is not the exact same identical, but it is in principle fairly mostly similar to that. It does allow elected bodies, look at the local government level, to have up to 25% of their meetings scheduled as virtual meetings, so that there are clearly some very strong similarities to the bill that the senator from Prince William had carried earlier. But it's not completely the same. There are a few more protections that are built into this one.
Another question, Senator Peterson?
I'll defer to the... Oh, I was going to say bye-bye. Bye for the day. All right, bye for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 444 goes by for the day.
House Bill 615, Sale of Cemeteries Owned by Locality, Notice of Descendants. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, just a little bit of background on this. There was a new high school being built in Prince William County just a few years ago, and actually named after Senator Colgan, a longtime member here. That in the process of developing that land, they uncovered a cemetery that was not known to exist at that time, and there was a great concern in the public that this cemetery had been there and that some of the graves had been disturbed when they were first plowing, cutting down trees and opening up the properties. And so this is in response to that particular issue, to have local governments identify where small cemeteries like that might exist, and to make sure that the descendants of them are protected in terms of knowledge of where their forebears are buried, and they have an opportunity to deal with any issues such as what happened in Prince William.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 632, sale of exhaust systems excessive noise.
Chair recognizes.
Reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 632 deals with a developing problem over the past 2 years of excessive muffler noise. I don't know where the issue is coming from, but in my jurisdiction is people taking small cars like a Mini Cooper and trying to make it sound like a Ferrari. There are places in western Henrico County where people are gathering their trucks in parking lots and having a contest to see who can have the loudest exhaust system. So essentially what this bill does is that it disallows certain alterations to mufflers that make them louder, and it also expands the number of places where it can be enforced, which is not just a roadway, but if someone is parked in a driveway, a parking lot at a shopping center, a church, wherever, where that noise is going to penetrate through the community for many, many hundreds of yards and probably longer. This is something that we need to get fixed. And I think this bill goes a long way towards solving this problem that I just can't explain why we're having it, but we are having it, and this will get us back into a situation where we can get this under control, and I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the gentleman from Rockingham County.
Ask the gentleman from Western Fairfax if he'd yield for a question or two.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Senator Obenshain has the floor.
Madam President, am I correct in understanding that this affects a loud vehicle on my property, in my driveway?
Senator Marsden.
If it is being used in such a way that it is being gunned to the point where it is interfering with the rights of your neighbors for peace and tranquility.
Madam President.
Senator Obenshain. Further question?
Further question.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, does my neighbor's right to peace and tranquility trump my ability to work on my car in my driveway?
Senator Marsden.
I don't know what kind of work the gentleman does on his car in his driveway, but gunning his engine to make his muffler sound louder would not be one of the things I think anybody would be working on.
Madam President, further question.
Further question, Senator Marsden.
I yield.
The gentleman yields. Senator Obenshain has the floor.
Madam President, I would further ask, if I have 5 acres and I have a hypersensitive neighbor, does that mean that my neighbor can call the cops on me because I'm making too much noise and working on my car in my driveway on my 5 acres?
Senator Marsden has the floor.
I believe that there are noise ordinances, and the gentleman was having a concert by Led Zeppelin in his 5-acre property, and it was violating noise ordinances in that jurisdiction. I believe that would be appropriate.
Madam President, speaking briefly of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, if I can get my car muffler to play Led Zeppelin on it on my 5-acre piece of property, I will stand. I think we ought to stand up for my rights as a property owner and allow me to play Stairway to Heaven on my muffler in my driveway.
Madam President, if I might, not their loudest song ever, but I believe that the gentleman from Rockingham County has the ability to do almost anything. I'm a great admirer. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Gentleman from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Madam President, speaking in favor of the bill.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, this is a bill that I think that we need. This is a bill that law enforcement has asked us to put back on the books. Madam President, over the last couple of years, we've had some good bills that went through, but this one was caught up in it. And what this undoes is if an individual has basically no muffler or almost no muffler for many decades in the Commonwealth of Virginia, you could pull that individual over and get them a ticket and ask them not to do that anymore. That unfortunately changed for a short time, and this puts the bill or the law generally back into place so that we can make sure that the cars do have mufflers. It also comes down to that question about secondary versus primary offense, and for that reason, Madam President, I hope that the body would vote in favor of the bill.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, I couldn't resist. My seatmate, the gentleman from Rockingham, corrected me this year on the floor of the Senate and said if I had only read the bill. Well, right back at you. Right back at him, Madam President. If he had only read the bill, he would see that it said on any driveway premises of a church or other place of worship, school, recreation facility, or business. I don't think this applies to the gentleman's private driveway, Madam President, and I concur with the gentleman from Bedford. It's something we need to do. I've heard those cars, and it kind of reminds me of a gnat going through a straw. And that's the best way I can describe it. I hope you will support the bill, and I hope that my friend will start reading the bills.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougal, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to defend the honor of the senator from Harrisonburg.
Rockingham.
Madam President,
Senator may continue.
I would advise the senator from King George to look at it and say, as it says, in any driveway or on any premises. And that or can be interpreted as any driveway, not just the driveway of the church or a business. So, Madam President, certainly as the senator from Lynchburg articulated, dealing with the situation on the highways of the Commonwealth is something that we should consider. But on your own private property, whether it's the business, the place you worship, or your driveway, is not one that the government should be imposing the penalty. And that is an or. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
Ayes 28, noes 11. The bill passes.
House Bill 734, Virginia Freedom of Information Act, disclosure of certain criminal records. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and there are floor amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute from the General Laws and Technology Committee be adopted with a recommendation that we reject it so that we can have the opportunity to consider the floor amendments.
I don't even know what you just said, Senator. I'm sorry. I don't mean anything.
Okay, wait a second. What did I do?
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. If you'll restart.
Yes, I'll be happy to do that. I move that the substitute from General Laws and Technology be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is adopted.
All right. I'll waive reading of the floor amendments. Yeah.
I have
All right.
floor amendments from Senator Sorovell. Should I call on the gentleman?
Yes.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the waive reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendments are waived. Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move the floor amendment and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this floor amendment is very simple. All it does is adds a reenactment clause to the bill, and the purpose of the reenactment clause is simply to put this bill in conference where we can have a more extended discussion on the parameters of the bill in a little less of a time-compressed environment, which is what we're operating under with a Thursday deadline right now. I would say to the body that the intent of putting it into conference is not hostile to, in other words, I anticipate a bill coming out of the conference. But I would just note there's a lot of issues, I think, that need to be further discussed with regard to this legislation. I just want to highlight a couple things. First of all, I know the General Laws Committee heard some testimony from some victims. I believe some of them were actually my constituents. And I'm very sensitive to those concerns, the issues raised by those crime victims, and what they face in light of the legislation that passed previously. I also want to note for the body, though, there's other competing concerns at issue, and I just want to point out back in November of 2021, I was coming home from work, and down at the end of the road, right before I took a turn to my home, I saw some police lights flashing. I thought there'd been an accident. The next day, I woke up to find out there'd been a police shooting 2 blocks from my home. Nobody really knew what happened. There was a lot of ambiguity for about a month about what happened. But eventually, we learned that the United States Park Police chased a 27-year-old unarmed accountant down the GW Parkway right by my house, and at which point this gentleman was shot 4 times in the head while unarmed by the United States Park Police. The true facts of what had come out in that case would never have been revealed had the Fairfax County Police Department not released the dash cam footage demonstrating what occurred. And the understanding of that event would have been markedly different had that footage not been released. Under former law, that footage, the release of it was completely up to the discretion of law enforcement. Under the law we passed in July, that footage would have to be released. This law takes it backwards to a different place. There was another shooting, coincidentally, about a mile from my house, where a man named David Masters, back about 10 years ago in Fairfax County, a Green Beret, who had some mental health issues. He got shot multiple times in the back while driving away by the Fairfax County Police. That video has never been released. And I would just note, with regard to these situations, a lot of times these police shootings, there's ambiguity about who the victim is, whether the victim is the person who got shot or whether it's the officer. I think lots of times law enforcement feel like they're the victim. Sometimes the family who the person was shot thinks they're the victim. Sometimes the family can't agree. For example, in the David Masters case I just mentioned, no lawsuit ever got filed because the family was in conflict the entire time about what happened and who should be in charge and who's whether the mom or dad because they were divorced or the siblings. These situations are not clean. They're not simple. There's ambiguity about who the victim is. I would also just note that sometimes there are situations that are of historical interest. There's currently, I think, some officers who've been decertified.
Madam President.
I'll yield when I'm done. There's some officers who've been decertified, and I know there's press looking into other situations involving these officers that have not been investigated that ought to be looked at. And there's other competing interests as well. But there's no question that we need to show some sensitivity to the victims that you all heard about in committee, and I think there's a general consensus about that. But the bill as drafted just cuts a little bit too broadly, and I think we need to look at it to try and narrow it down a bit before we pass it on to the governor. And I think that's what the hope is with regard to the ultimate report from a conference committee, which I hope will come out. And having said that, Madam President, I'm happy to yield to the gentleman from King George.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask the gentleman the situations that he just described, particularly the person that was chased and ultimately shot, under the bill before us, wouldn't that information be, wouldn't the victim's family and or his attorney be able to get that information under the bill before the body today?
Senator Surville.
Well, Madam President, first thing I think the issue is who the victim is. And I would submit that if you were to ask the police officers, they would probably say they're the victims, even though they're currently being prosecuted. And if you were to ask the family of the young man who got shot, they would say they're the victim. But sometimes there's ambiguity, especially when the video hasn't been released and there's competing narratives about exactly what occurred. And so, you know, obviously a judge might have to decide that at some point or figure out who the victim is or who has that right. But all I can tell you is it depends.
Madam President, will the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County yield?
I'll yield.
Senator.
I will phrase my question in a different way. If the victim of the shooting, the person who was shot and killed, if his family wanted that information, doesn't the bill provide for that person's family to get that information?
Gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I would say that the senator, it depends if the person's a victim. And there are situations where I think law enforcement would contend that they were justified in shooting and killing somebody, perhaps because the person was engaged allegedly in a crime or maybe not in a crime. But there might be a legitimate dispute about whether or not the person who was killed is a victim or not. And therefore, they might not be a victim as defined under this statute.
Gentleman from King George.
Speaking to the
senator may continue.
Madam President, I certainly looked at this bill and made some mistakes in the way I interpreted it. I went back and actually was pointed out to me by an individual that I had misinterpreted parts of this bill, so I studied it pretty thoroughly. And I will tell you that under this bill, a victim of a crime gets that information, period. And it could be that the officer is a victim. It could be that the person who was shot was a victim. The family members get that information if it's a homicide. Clearly under this bill, there's a question about the definition of immediate family, but that definition was taken from the bill that was enacted last year, the law. And I don't dispute with the senator from Eastern Fairfax that we could probably clean that up a little bit. But the bill provides for that information and for folks to get that, and that was the intent. What it does is it excludes the information from going to John Q. Public. And I think everybody needs to think about whether or not an average citizen in the public needs to look at these closed criminal files and if there's any real legitimate purpose that they could use them for. We allow victims' families, defendants, attorneys that want to do a writ of actual innocence, writ of habeas corpus, all those things that are necessary and that we wanted to address last year. And I'm not opposing the gentleman's suggestion that we put this into conference. I think the patron is aware of that and is resolved to that fact, and the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax wants to work on some difficulties. But I don't want because perhaps I misinterpreted something in committee. I don't want folks on this floor to misunderstand what this bill actually does. What the bill does as it stands here today is it excludes that information from the general public. And I will tell you, there are reasons why you don't want the general public to get all of the information in a file. There are things that you could learn about a homicide victim or a witness or something, and it's not a picture, but details about their life, details that they did that may not have been illegal or immoral, but that could change the way those people are thought of by the community they lived in and could devastate the family. And I'll leave it at that. And some things maybe are just better left unknown about people when they are not relevant to the crime or the defendant. And so I'm not standing to oppose your motion, the senator from Eastern Fairfax's motion, but just to clarify exactly what this bill does, so that we can hopefully get it in a position everybody can support it.
Chair recognizes Senator Kiggins, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
So in committee, I listened to the discussion because it wasn't an issue that I was super familiar with. And just listening to the victims and the victims' families who spoke about this bill, and some of the examples they used were that they had Hollywood producers and people who were wanting to write books about these crimes that the victims and the families had kind of put behind them and moved forth. So my concern, and I shared Senator Stewart's concern as well. I want the victims to be able to have that information, but allowing the general public to be able to make Hollywood movies about it, and that was the family's concerns as well. So just protecting, their right to privacy. I voted for this bill last year because the families of the Virginia Beach shooting in particular were very concerned about being able to have access to that bill. So I wanted to support, their cause and what they needed to provide some closure for them. So, but looking at how the results of what we passed last year, I think it absolutely needs to be tightened. And then listening to some of the victims and the families speak this year, I think this is the right direction and a good bill to pass. Thank you.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The floor amendment is agreed to. And again, Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of bill here with the floor substitute having been adopted.
The gentleman has the floor.
The floor substitute is basically setting up that this would have to be passed again next year to be able to become law. So that's what the floor substitute has done. But what we also have is a bill that allows the individual, as was indicated through the colloquy before, the individual who's a victim or family members of them to be able to access the records, but not necessarily all others, and not widely to the public in many of these situations. So that's what the bill is, and I would hope that we'd pass the bill and get it into conference and see if we can reach consensus on things.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the substitute.
The senator has the floor.
I hope that the body will put up some no votes to this, and let me tell you why. The senator from Eastern Fairfax said the bill has some problems, so let's put a reenactment clause on it, and then we'll get it into conference. It's got a lot of problems, and that's why I think we should vote it down. Let's just realize what we did last year. Last year, the Virginia Freedom of Information Act statute was updated. And when it was updated, it allowed Virginia residents access to closed criminal investigations. Access to closed records or access to anything is always a good thing. One Supreme Court justice said that sunshine is the best disinfectant. That's a good thing. Now, the University of Virginia Innocence Project is vehemently opposed to this legislation, and there's a reason why. Remember last year when this bill was passed allowing greater access, it was done after a year of investigation and a year of study. And what it did, it balanced the privacy rights of victims against the public's right to access. And we updated it and we expanded it and we allowed it. Now we are moving against that. We are moving backwards. So far, the discussion has been about ongoing criminal investigations. Should we allow access? But the Virginia Innocence Project takes a different perspective. And that perspective is that this update last year to FOIA has allowed vast improvements and access to closed criminal records, thereby allowing people that are innocent, Madam President, to look into it. And they've given some good examples. Those who claim, one of the things that they said is those individuals who are claiming innocence often don't have the resources of some of the folk in this room or others to hire attorneys and do that review. So they have access to those criminal records for themselves. And those people that have done that have found through those closed files reasons why, for example, a writ of actual innocence should be filed. Another reason is the Innocent Project posited was the following, that attorneys that are considering taking on a writ of actual innocence need to do their investigation. They need to look at these closed files. They've got to determine, does this case have merit to file a writ of actual innocence? They need access to those files. And the other thing is the following, and we've seen it many, many times. Individuals who have looked at closed files, they've inquired into other possible suspects, other possible witnesses, other co-defendants, and have been able to find problems with the case. They have been able to identify witnesses or co-defendants who were culpable of the crime. What this bill does is everything that we're against in this body. We say time and time again, let's have access to government records. I have enormous respect for the gentleman from King George, but when is it ever good that the government keeps files from us? Yes, we're talking about a narrow area right now, but is it ever good for government to keep files from us? I say no. If you agree with that, I think you'll put up a red vote. And lastly, my colleague from Virginia Beach, Senator Kagan, said, if you voted for this bill last year, stop right there. If you voted for the bill last year, then vote no this year, because it is rolling back the advances that we made last year. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenchain, the gentleman from Rockingham County.
Madam President, speaking of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
My income tax returns, your income tax returns, information that the government is collecting about us, for example, in a criminal investigation that is terminated because it is unfounded, in which they may have listened in on your telephone calls or my telephone calls. These are matters not about the operation of the government, for which transparency is absolutely essential. These are items that invade my personal privacy, your personal privacy. It invades the rights of citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Criminal investigations occasionally do implicate the private rights, the personal information of victims of crime that their families have an absolute interest in trying to protect.
Madam President, would the gentleman yield for a question?
No, I will in a minute. And I'm all about transparency for government. I'm all about having citizens, giving citizens the ability to be watchdogs. But this is not about having an open look into the operations of a police department. This is about getting a voyeuristic look into the lives of victims of crime and their families and their interactions. And this is just absolutely not right. So to the extent that anybody is under the misapprehension that everything that the government does ought to be open to public inspection, I take issue with that, and so should you.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I will.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
While I respect the gentleman's enthusiasm, is the gentleman aware that last year when FOIA was updated to allow access to it, it was done with the proviso that appropriate redaction by prosecutors and law enforcement agencies could be accomplished? Was the senator aware of that?
Senator Obenshain has the floor.
Madam President, I would inform the gentleman that the provisions that were made for protection of privacy are very limited and need to be reformed. Under federal FOIA law, it protects information that could implicate the personal privacy of victims of crimes. Under the law that we passed last year, it protects only information that clearly implicates the privacy of victims of crimes. That is why we need to change this, because it is not as broad as the privacy protections under federal law, and it puts an undue burden on victims and of crimes to show that it clearly implicates their privacy rights. If it could implicate my privacy rights, I think that the scale should be tipped in my favor.
Would the gentleman yield for a final question?
Will the gentleman from Rockingham County yield?
For a final question, indeed I will.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank the gentleman. Given that the senator does now agree that there was, in the amendment last year, an allowance for appropriate redaction by government officials, would the gentleman tell the body which scenario does he think trumps the other? The possibility, even though a redaction is allowed, of a, as the senator puts it, a voyeuristic review of somebody's records, or the possibility that lawyers at the University of Virginia trying to perfect a writ of actual innocence could find out that a person was wrongfully convicted by their ability to review these closed records. Which of those two scenarios trumps the other, in the senator's opinion?
Senator Obenshain.
Thank you, Madam President. As a matter of fact, it's nice that we don't have to make that choice, because this bill provides for access to lawyers seeking post-conviction relief.
I thank the senator.
I thank the gentleman.
Chair again recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope that the body will support the bill. I believe that we can get this into conference and eliminate some of the concerns. And just to address the gentleman, the junior senator from the city of Richmond, in almost every instance that the senator pointed out, they could get those records under the bill before us today. The only time that they could not is just some person off the street who walked in to get an old file that had been closed could be denied access. Actually, under the bill, they could let them have it. And I suspect if they made a good case and had a good reason, that person may. But they could be prohibited from having it. In every case where the folks from the Innocence Project at UVA wanted to get those files, they have an absolute right to get them under this bill. The issue really is this. We have got to strike a balance in protecting the privacy of victims and their families. And now the law as it stands today says you actually can prohibit it if you can prove that it is unreasonable. I don't have it in front of me, unreasonable invasion of privacy or something like that. So there's some unwarranted, there's some measure of protection, but it puts the burden on the person trying to keep the other person from getting it. And that's an unfair burden when you've been a victim or your child's been a victim. And think about right now as the law stands today, your child could be murdered. in your home. They couldn't get the picture of the child, the murdered child, but they could get a video of the mother's testimony or interrogation by the police about the murder. They could get the clothing of the child. There are a whole lot of things that they could get, and any information derived, unless somebody could prove it was an unwarranted invasion of privacy. And I really don't know what that means. And I really don't know what your expectation of privacy is if you were the murder victim. And I don't know if that's been litigated, but that is in current law today. So there are things we need to fix to strike a balance. We need to protect the privacy interests of the families and the victims, while at the same time being able to protect people from bad police, which is the whole point of it. So I'd ask you to support the bill and let us work through this.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the gentleman from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Rice is speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I'm going to echo some of the comments that others have said, but I'm going to be brief. I know the hour's getting late. I think this is an important bill. I think it's a complex subject. I'm not an attorney, but I know I've read through this bill several times, and I know in committee we heard from families of victims who've suffered through a horrible, horrible moment when their loved one was brutally murdered. And to think that, unfortunately, right now, intimate details of that person's life, pictures of their room, details that would, in the paper or public view, would cause more pain and suffering to people who've already suffered, could be used to profit. That's really what we're talking about now. I think it's a good idea to send this bill to conference. I think it's a good bill. I've talked to the patron about it. A number of improvements have been made with the substitute, but it's such a critical, important subject. Having more looks isn't a bad thing. But I know on this bill, I'm going to stand with the victims. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. The bill passes.
House Bill 752, State Inspector General, Office of the Investigations Prohibition on Interference, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The gentleman from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Yes, Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
This bill is a very short, one-paragraph bill. It just says that when there's an investigation by the Office of the State Inspector General, the governor and a wide variety of people, the governor's chief of staff, council, cabinet secretaries, others, cannot influence, provide interference in that investigation or exert undue influence in the proceedings with the State Inspector General. And with that, I would just renew my motion that we pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 752, House Bill 833, Group Violence Intervention, Definition, Operation Ceasefire Grant Fund created. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with the substitute.
Chair first recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Move the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Chair now recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to yield to the senior senator from Richmond on this particular bill.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I move that we pass House Bill 833 as the substitute we just adopted conforms this to Senate Bill 487, which was my bill creating the Virginia Center for Firearm Violence Intervention and Prevention and a fund. This bill is likely going to conference. It probably will have a name change. But it got pretty good bipartisan support passing this body 24-16, and I ask that you pass this bill as well.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 10.
Ayes 29, noes 10. The bill passes.
House Bill 873, school board's employment of at least one school resource officer in elementary and secondary schools. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, the substitute requires that
Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, the substitute requires the chief law enforcement officer for any school, local school division in which a public elementary or secondary school does not employ a school resource officer to designate a law enforcement officer to receive either in person or online the training required by subsection E of 22.1279.8. Madam President, with that explanation, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. The bill passes.
House Bill 1092, non-repairable and rebuilt vehicles repeals sunset clause. Reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This repeals the sunset clause for certain amendments related to definitions of non-repairable and rebuilt vehicles. As enacted in 2017, the amendments would have expired on July 1st, 2021. Merely removes that sunset. It appears, from what I have heard, that most of the folks in the automotive world feel like the current definitions that we have in place are working fairly well. There are some that disagree, especially if you were in the parts industry. But what I like about the bill is I believe that it keeps more vehicles on the road at a time when vehicles are getting very, very expensive. Some of the lower cost vehicles that can be driven safely will be able to remain on the roads if we remove this sunset. And so I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The bill passes.
House Bill 1188, non-voting student advisor governor to appoint to the Board of Education. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health, and there is a floor substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chesapeake, the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to waive the reading of the floor substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. What the substitute does is, instead of just having one student from the Commonwealth to the Board of Education, this ensures that we have one student from each of the 8 superintendent districts or divisions. And that's important because a high school senior in Northern Virginia may have different things that are important to them than a high school senior in Bristol. The same can be said for a high school senior in Virginia Beach and one in Winchester. Secondly, instead of just one student attending the board meetings, this allows the student panel to meet twice a year to discuss issues the board deliberates on and issues the student panel finds important regarding education throughout the entire Commonwealth, not just one individual student. This still provides the annual presentation to the board on matters the board may be discussing, as well as other matters they find important. What this does is just lets our students have a bit of ownership in the Board of Education, and I hope we will pass the bill.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is accepted. Chair now recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. Speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, what this bill does, it requires the governor to appoint to the Board of Education a high school student who would enter his senior year or their senior year during the following school year as a non-voting advisor to serve for a term of 1 year.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. The bill passes.
House Bill 1197, Secretariat Agency Responsibilities, Department of Juvenile Justice. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This is a very straightforward bill. It basically is just setting up a work group, a stakeholder work group that would work under the direction of the Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security and the Secretary of Health and Human Resources to evaluate things and determine whether the Department of Division of Juvenile Justice should be transferred from under the Secretariat of the Public Safety and Homeland Security to Health and Human Resources.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the gentleman from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that you vote in favor of the bill. The senator
may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. It's split around the country. A number of states keep it under corrections. Others keep it under departments of human resources and health and social service departments. So it's done this way, and taking a look at how it fits in Virginia, we have had just remarkable declines in the number of incarcerated youth in the Commonwealth, and we've shifted heavily towards treatment and evidence-based practices. We're down from 1,500 kids incarcerated in 8 facilities in 1997 to under 200 today, and a great number of them are kept in local juvenile detention homes closer to home for treatment purposes. So it's a good time to take a look at what we're doing and how we might continue to move the ball down the road to reduce recidivism, because we're still having some recidivism problems within the few children that we have left in these facilities. So I would urge you to support this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, no 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The bill passes.
House Bill 1206, Fort Monroe Authority adds to powers and duties facilities management. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair first calls on the senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President, and I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
The senator may say on.
This is a pretty straightforward bill. There's not a whole lot of detail in it. What it proposes is that the Fort Monroe Authority had the ability to establish a facilities management office with some staff people operating out of that office to help them control and provide the services for the facilities on the Fort Monroe.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, no 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The bill passes.
House Bill 1215, Public Middle Schools Physical Education to include personal safety training. There is reported from the Committee on Education and Health, and there are 2 floor amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to waive the reading of both floor amendments, please.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendments are waived. Senator Cosgrove.
With friends like that, who know anyway. Madam President, what the floor amendments do, it basically takes out the last couple of words in the text that was changed. In committee, we talked about the value of this bill, and it is a good bill. The one problem we had is at the end where it says that our schools will work with law enforcement to develop situational safety awareness and social media awareness education. And then it said, and self-defense tactics. Here's the problem. If you're only going to do 1 hour in 7th grade and 1 hour in 8th grade, and you're teaching self-defense tactics, you're going to make these kids think they're Bruce Lee or Chuck Norris, and they're going to get hurt. And so all the amendment does is it strikes and self-defense tactics training. I spoke with the author of the bill from the House. She's very acceptive of this, and I think that makes it a much better bill. So I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the floor amendments be accepted? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The floor amendments are accepted. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. With that partial explanation from the senator from
Northern Chesapeake,
I'd like to add to that the physical education classes offered to students in grades levels 7 and 8 to include at least 1 hour of personal safety training per school year in each such grade. And so with that, in addition to what he's already offered, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35.
Madam President.
Noes 4. The bill passes. Chair now recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 1206 on page 70, I move that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1206 passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of reconsideration will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
And now, Madam
Ayes
Chair.
39, noes 0.
Madam President, could that go by
Ayes
for the day?
39, no 0. The vote is reconsidered, and without objection, House Bill 1206 goes by for the day.
House Bill 1289. Uniform statewide building code, exemption for certain use and occupancy classifications. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Yes. This bill is a fairly limited bill. It's a very short bill, just a couple of sentences in one paragraph, and it does not dictate what should be done, but asks that when the next revision to the state building codes is considered, that the consideration be given to whether to provide some flexibility or exemptions for some types of structures they have standards for different structures, but some of the types of structures that would include factory type facilities. It would include storage facilities. It would also include utility and maintenance, miscellaneous types of things, and to have less precise, less rigorous standards there because of the size and operation, and the fact that when you have an airplane hangar, the doors are often open, and so therefore if you're just trying to maintain a certain temperature within the building, that you're spending a lot of money and wasting a lot of energy in those situations. And that's all there is to the bill, and it's just a consideration. It's not a requirement to provide these exemptions.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 6, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 32, no 6, Rule 36-1.
House Bill 1359. Healthcare, consent to services, and disclosure of records. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, first of all, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, the substitute contains clarifying and technical language, and what it does is the bill provides that every health care provider shall make health records of a patient available to any person designated by patient in an authorization to release medical records form, that the health care provider shall allow a spouse, parent, adult child, adult sibling, or other persons identified by a person to make an appointment for medical services on behalf of another person, regardless of whether the other person has executed an authorization to release medical records. With that, Madam President, I again renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 10.
Ayes 29, noes 10. The bill passes.
House Bill 1260. Virginia 1360, sorry. Virginia National Guard promotion of state-sponsored group term life insurance program. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President, and I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This is another one of the relatively short bills, not much substance to it. What it does is authorize the Adjutant General to facilitate and coordinate efforts to promote participation in a state-sponsored group life insurance program to members of the Virginia National Guard. So apparently what they have is they have one program that they're saying, and they're trying to recruit people into signing up for that particular group life insurance plan. And with that, I'll answer any questions anyone might have on it. So,
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Madam President, I would yield to the senator from the senior senator from Chesapeake before I take the mic.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the gentleman. Would the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Southern Fairfax, rise for a question?
Senator Barker, will you
yes,
yield?
I yield. So,
Senator Cosgrove has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I asked the gentleman, is this basically having the Adjutant General and his staff sell private term life insurance to National Guardsmen who are already covered under the Servicemen's Group Life Insurance Program?
Senator Barker.
Mr. President, Madam President, I think that is actually the case. I was not there when this bill was presented, but I've talked with a few people who are familiar with it, and I think that that is the case.
Senator Cosgrove.
Would the gentleman yield for one more question?
Will the senator from Southern Fairfax County yield?
Certainly, I'd be happy to yield.
Senator Cosgrove has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I asked the gentleman, having served as a reserve officer as well, basically we have life insurance. Can you think of any other program in the Commonwealth where we actually are acting as agents for private
I'm not aware of
life
any.
insurance?
I'm not aware of anything like
Senator
that.
Barker.
Yes.
Okay. He answered my question. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Chair recognizes again Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I voted no, but I intend to vote Rule 36. I do sell private group insurance policies, and I would agree with the, not to the National Guard, but to other groups.
Speaking on it.
But I would agree with my comments from the senior senator from Chesapeake and what it would be proper, probably protocol or within the rules of that office of what they should and shouldn't be doing. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the bill briefly.
Senator has the floor.
And I'd like to affiliate with my colleagues' comments as well. Just the purpose of the National Guard, they're doing important training when they're there, and to be mandating, in my opinion, this is just another government mandate that we are now making you provide just an insurance, a life insurance sales pitch. I just don't feel like this is the right venue to be doing that, and I would respectfully request we vote against this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 9, noes 29. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 9, noes 29. Rule 36-1. The bill is rejected.
Returning to page 66, House Bill 389.
Chair recognizes the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 389 requires a Board of Education to establish a system of regional entities that will be responsible for coordinating early childhood care and education services, guiding quality improvements of such services, and coordinated access to such services for families, and implementing the uniform measurements of improvement system.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close. Senator Cosgrove. Close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
On page 72, uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 776, sale or auction of surplus property, General Assembly replacement project. Reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we dispense with the
third constitutional
reading.
The question is, shall the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Senator Deeds. Senator Marsden. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The third constitutional reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 776 pass, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Senate Bill 776 directs the Department of General Services, in cooperation with the clerks of the Senate and the House of Delegates, to conduct one or more public sales or auctions of the surplus property from the Pocahontas Building as part of the General Assembly replacement project. And with that explanation, I again move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Senator Barker. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 777, front and rear bumpers, height limits. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden.
Senator Peake.
Oh, Senator Peake. The chair recognizes Senator Peake, gentleman from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we agree to the committee amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Madam.
Senator Peake.
Thank you, Madam President. I would now ask that we engross and advance the bill to its third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall...
Well, to its third reading.
Third reading. Yes. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. The gentleman from Lynchburg.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Now I ask that we dispense with the third constitutional reading. And
the question is, Shall the third constitutional reading now be dispensed with? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The third constitutional reading of the bill is dispensed with. Senator Peake.
Thank you, Madam President. I would now move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill, y'all gave unanimous consent just last week. I spoke a little bit about it then. There was a terrible accident on February 16th in Mecklenburg County. There's apparently a new phenomenon coming up from the Carolinas where people are jacking up the front of their trucks and SUVs and putting the rear bumper down. The problem is that these individuals are not able to see over their jacked up hood. And we've had deaths in North Carolina, South Carolina, and on February 16th in Virginia. North Carolina and South Carolina have moved legislation the last year to ban these trucks. We've spoken with the state police, and currently the laws do not make this a primary offense. So it's they cannot pull them over. They can't do anything when they see these vehicles. This bill would make it a primary offense. It would be a misdemeanor, and they would be able to pull them over. And it says that if the front is jacked up more than 4 inches, the front bumper, more than 4 inches above the back bumper, it is a non-conforming vehicle. That is what the other states, North Carolina and South Carolina, have done. It's a matter of public safety. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I move that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Speaking to the bill, Madam President.
The senator has the floor.
I realize that the hour is late, but if the body could indulge me just in about 30, 40 seconds to make a couple of observations. Number one, real kudos to the senator from Lynchburg. This, I think it was in Judiciary when we all received a flyer about these cars that were jacked up in the front, and realizing the danger that it could pose in Virginia. The senator got the bill legislation drafted, and now we're voting on it within 8 or 9 days. It's a significant piece of legislation that will prevent accidents. The second thing is, the other day when I was driving, I actually called the senator from Lynchburg and saw one of those vehicles, and it reminded me of one of the rides at the Virginia State Fair that I've seen Senator Hanger and his bride at when I've been there with my kids. You sit in this vehicle and if you're staring straight ahead, you're staring up towards the North Star. You can't see in front of you. And that's why these vehicles are having so many accidents. So, again, I appreciate the haste in which the senator from Lynchburg brought this bill to the body's attention, and I hope we have 40 green votes. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side where House Bill 1360 was defeated, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1360 was defeated be reconsidered? Those in favor of reconsideration will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill is reconsidered.
Madam President.
Senator Cosgrove.
With all due respect, I almost feel a little schizophrenic right now, but I would ask that this bill go by for the day. I would actually like an opportunity to talk to Major General Williams about this and the patron. There may be more to this than what we were discussing.
Without objection, House Bill 1360 goes by for the day.
Uncontested calendar. House Joint Resolutions on third reading. House Joint Resolution 11. Workers' compensation, study on prohibition on charging premiums for bonus pay, vacations, etc. Reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the resolution be agreed to, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. House Joint Resolution 11 requests the Workers' Compensation Commission to study a prohibition on charging workers' compensation premiums on bonus pay, vacation time, and holiday time, and consider the economic effect that such prohibition would have on the state. And with that explanation, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to.
House Joint Resolution 61, staffing levels, employment conditions, and compensation at DOC, continued study, appropriations. Reported from the Committee on Rules.
Chair again recognizes the gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Joint Resolution 61 be agreed to, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. House Joint Resolution 61 continues the joint committee of the House Committee on Health, Welfare, and Institutions to study staffing levels, employment conditions, and compensation at the Virginia Department of Corrections. And with that explanation, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on second reading. Confirming appointments by the governor. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Can that go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 169 goes by for the day. Chair now recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I require the clerk to complete the calendar.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Is there any other business to come before Senate? Chair now recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we had a Chinese food today, and I happened to get a fortune cookie and open it up, and it says, well, let me put on my glasses. It says, answer just what your heart prompts you. Answer just what your heart prompts you. And now I want to talk a little bit about the budget and what my heart prompts me. And my thought is, we're here to do the people's business in the people's chamber. We need the people's budget. And part of the people's budget, and I'm speaking not to an audience but to the conferees, so hopefully they listen a little bit, but mostly conferees down the hall, a people's budget needs to recognize the sacrifices and efforts put forth by our teachers. Now, for the first time in 2 years, our children are walking back into classrooms under normal circumstances. But it hasn't been that way for 2 years. And we've had tremendous retention issues. We've had tremendous morale issues. We've had tremendous issues of dealing with shifting circumstances, mass, no mass, virtual education, hybrid education. It's really been unprecedented, and it's had an effect on our teachers. And that, of course, is against the backdrop where our teachers are not paid the national average. Let's look at the statistics. The average salary for a teacher in the United States of America is $63,000 a year. The average salary for a teacher in the Commonwealth of Virginia is $56,000 a year. Now, we're not one of the poorer states, so there's really no reason for this discrepancy. Now, in the Senate budget, we made up ground. We put in a 5% increase per year for a 10% total increase in compensation plus a $1,000 bonus. We need to hold on to that. In fact, quite frankly, I'd like to see us add to it. Why? Because we're living in a world of 7% inflation right now, and that 5% pay increase really doesn't mean as much as it would have, say, a year ago. Now, I'm not expecting that 7% inflation to continue indefinitely, but the bottom line is we need to catch up. So again, a budget for the people will be a budget for teachers. And a budget for teachers should have at least a 10% compensation increase as we included in our budget. And I hope you all will agree with me. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the gentleman from Lynchburg.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President and members of the body. This is International Women's Day.
And for what purpose does
I rise for a point of personal privilege, Madam President.
The senator may continue.
To congratulate all the fine ladies in this chamber and wish them a fine International Ladies' Day, and also to remind everyone that the women at Longwood University also won their tournament and will be playing in the NCAA tournament come the big dance. But I hope they will be joined by many other women's teams from the Commonwealth. And go Norfolk State Spartans. The MEAC tournament starts on Wednesday. Come join my Longwood Lancers. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Bath.
Madam Chair, I rise for an announcement.
The senator may continue.
Immediately following session today, the Judiciary Committee will join our brethren from down the hall who have been waiting for several hours in the House Committee room for judicial interviews. I would ask you not to go back to your office, not to go to the John, not to go out for a walk, but report straight to the House Committee room so we can get these judicial interviews conducted and get them underway, get them done.
Chair now recognizes a senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
With all due respect to the judicial candidates, if all of the women members of the Senate, before we leave, could meet in the well so that we can celebrate our day with a picture, then we will go to the judicial interviews, and we will be very fast.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Hearing none, the clerk will now report any announcements on the desk.
Immediately upon adjournment, members of the Judiciary Committee.
If we could be quiet a bit so we can hear, Madam Clerk.
Members of the Judiciary Committee should meet in House Committee room in Pocahontas. The Virginia Legislative Black Caucus will meet at 5 p.m. in Subcommittee Room 300A, 3rd floor, Pocahontas. Tomorrow, Wednesday, March the 9th, 2022. The Women's Legislative Roundtable will meet at 8:30 a.m., Tidewater Room, 4th floor, SunTrust Center. The Democratic Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. The Republican Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 2 in the Capitol. And on Thursday, due to the very kind efforts of our panoramic photographer, he will be here Thursday to take a picture without the cages. He lives in Ohio, and he rearranged his whole schedule for us. So.
Chair now calls on President Pro Tempore, the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been a long day, and I know you'll be glad to hear this announcement. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow? All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. I don't want to be uncertain. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.